She's there. She's on mute.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome. January 14th, our first board meeting of the new year. Could we call to order at 10:05?
Welcome to Granular Public School Division, a welcoming place for people from around the world. I wish to acknowledge that the land on which we gather this morning is Treaty 6 territory and is a traditional meeting ground, gathering place, traveling route, and home for the people. We also acknowledge Treaty 8 as Winwak, and Mount Métis in the Grand Cache region, where some of our families, schools, and staff are located, and from where they may be joining in today's meeting located in Edson.
Good morning, everyone. I would like to officially welcome everyone back to our first public board meeting of 2026. A very happy new year to all of our staff, students, and families across the division. I would like to take a moment to applaud our high school students who are concluding their first semester courses. Completing a semester is a significant milestone, and we offer our sincere kudos to our students for the commitment they've shown to their studies. I would also want to extend our gratitude to our educators. Your dedication to providing welcoming, supportive, and engaging learning environments is what allows our students to practice the hard work and resilience that saw them throughout the term. January is a month of rich reflection and awareness across Canada. We began the month by observing National Ribbon and Skirt Day on January 4th, celebrating Indigenous culture and identity. Looking ahead, we will participate in Bell Let's Talk Day on January 21st to support mental health awareness, and Family Literacy Day on January 27th, which reminds us that learning truly begins at home. And I'm sure many of our schools will be doing some activities, so trustees, excited and participate. Looking forward to the coming weeks, Alberta Education and Childcare will soon invite parents, teachers, and students to provide feedback through the Assurance Measures Survey. I want to emphasize that this survey is quick, confidential, and absolutely vital to our success. The data gathered provides our principals and teachers with a roadmap. It confirms that what is working well and identifies where new targeted supports or program changes are needed to meet our academic goals. Perhaps most importantly, it highlights where we can improve our communication regarding student success. Everything we do is in support of this board's first priority, student learning. I encourage all of our stakeholders to share their voice when the survey arrives. With that, we will move into the business of the day. I will now ask trustees, are there any changes or additions to the agenda? Trustee Caputo.
Thank you. I would like to make an addition to the agenda, and that would be Appendix A, Trustee Code of Conduct Sanctions.
Policy 4.
Yes, please.
So we will add that into our agenda. It will become agenda item 7.2.3. And then 7.2.3, which was board policy, will now be 4. And Yellowhead County tax levy will now be 7.2.5. So noted. Thank you. Any other?
No, sorry.
Okay, thank you. So seeing no other additions, can I? Oh,
Sorry, I
Sorry.
could not hear what trustee Caputo was trying to add.
okay, so trustee Caputo added policy 4, appendix A, trustee code of conduct sanctions. And then we renumbered it.
Yeah, I heard that part.
Okay.
I just didn't know what it was.
No, that's okay. So can I have somebody approve the agenda with the changes? Trustee Bowman? All in favor? Can I have some, is there any changes or needed for the minutes of the regular board meeting for December 17th? Robbins?
I noted that it appeared to be saying that I added something to our reflections on that portion of the last month's meeting, but I think it's actually the word attended should be used instead of just a typo. And that's under the trustee reflection part of the minutes. On page 6, the trustees each reflected on events they added since November 26th. So I was trying to think, well, what have I added since then? And it occurred to me it's probably means to say events that we attended since. So it's just a typo.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I mean, that's a pretty nitpicky little thing, but I'd like to demonstrate that I read the minutes.
Right. Okay, so we will change added to attended.
Like, if that's the intent, I'm pretty sure that's the case. And
I think so.
the other item is a typo too, I think, but just in terms of accuracy, I think it reflects on what page it is. It's under future business. It's talking about our meetings and suggesting that the committee of the whole would be on the 14th, but we actually did it yesterday on the 13th. I don't know if that's, I guess at the time that the meeting was held, that's accurate. But maybe it's next month's minutes if they don't reflect. 13th is it.
So
We didn't
we'll
have a
say the
meeting on
13th
14th.
and 14th. Thank you very much. We appreciate that. So then can I have somebody make a motion to accept the minutes with the changes? Hey, trustee Robinson, all in favor? And that is carried. Well, I'm very excited. We do not have any delegations here, but we do have a spotlight on students, and I'm very excited to welcome a school from my area, Wildwood. And I believe Principal Stoyles is with us.
I'm here, but I can't turn on the video, so I don't know if that's a host thing.
Oh,
Oh, there it is.
excellent.
There we go.
Okay, so yes, I got to back way up. So we have a couple of different classes going today here from Wildwood School. It is some repeat performances from this year's Christmas concert. Unfortunately, the last board meeting was also our no bus day, so we had to move it, and we're lucky enough to get to present today. So we're going to start off with our 5-6 class, and they are actually doing bucket drumming. So I'm going to let them take it away.
Just a mute box.
Principal Stoyles, can you hear us? while we're waiting, I can say that this is a wonderful performance because I did get to see it.
I can see Mr. Lee, our meeting is making a phone call.
Do that.
They're right on, eh? They're right on the beat. Like, it's neat to see it this way too.
Yeah.
Voice removal?
Wow.
Both sides of brain going there, that's impressive.
I did on everything. Sorry about the first little bit. I had no idea that bucket drumming was too violent for Zoom. But we're going to swap out our classes real quick and I'll move on to our next one. Okay, come back in there. No, our next group is our grade 4s, and they are doing God Rest Ye Merry Gentlemen. We're going to let them take it away.
God rest ye merry gentlemen, let nothing you
We're gonna switch out again, and we're gonna bring in our 2-3 class. They're gonna be doing Deck the Halls. This year for our Christmas concert, we actually had all of our songs combined through a story of a Christmas carol, and these songs, along with many others, were done in order to kind of tell the story through song, and our 5-6 class also was performing on stage during it. So we're gonna bring our 2-3s in now with Deck the Halls. Noah? So we have one more group coming in. Our K1 class will be coming in. unfortunately, it's not our JK day. They did do Jingle Bells for us on the actual performance, but our K1s are going to come in and they have two short performances. One is a dance, and then the other one is a song. So they're very short, and I will be with us in just one moment. Which ones are you doing first? Yep. Put them down. And Brooklyn, are you ready?
I think we are.
All good? So that is the end of our performances this morning. Thank you for having us.
Well, thank you so much, Principal Stoyles. Does anyone have anything that they'd like to say?
Lots of smiles.
That was very enjoyable. It was really, really good.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. It's great. It's nice to see. It's quite the wild thing to do. Organize your school to come in one performance after the other. You guys did a wonderful job. Thank you for making it happen for us. It is a nice addition to our meeting.
Well, I appreciate the chance to do it and that you guys we were able to still get our Christmas in January in.
Thank you again.
Enjoy the rest of your meeting.
You bet. Thank you.
Bye. I have to say that the K1 class, it was enjoyable to watch because my great niece is in that class and she was sick and couldn't be in the Christmas
Oh.
concert, so I got to see her perform here. So
Oh.
I'll have
Yay.
to let her mom know, yeah. Thank you so much for doing that. We really appreciate having our students perform for us. It's always enjoyable. So we have no old business. We'll move on to new business, and our first action item is 7.2.1, Alberta Education and Childcare Results Review, the AERR submission for 24-25. The board, the recommendation is that the Board of Trustees approve the 2024-2025 Alberta Education and Childcare Results Review, AECRR submission. Could I have someone make that motion? I turn it over to you, Superintendent.
Thanks, Chair. This report, as you'll see, is lengthy. It is the second year of our reporting. Assistant Superintendent Ashemeyer does a significant amount of work supported by our communication manager as well, Nikki Gilks. So I'm going to turn it over to her as she's coordinated and worked on and pulled together much of the information that's in this report.
Thank you, Superintendent Scobie. So first, I'd like to share with you our previous meeting to clarify an acronym that is there because it's new to me as well. My brain still goes back to the acronym AERR, which stood for Alberta Education Results Review. However, for our public who may not be aware, the ministry is now referred to as Alberta Education and Childcare. So the abbreviation for everything in this report, and you will see it on the actual document, which will be submitted with upon your approval, which is your action item here. The abbreviation is AECRR, Alberta Education and Childcare Results Review. So my apologies for that. The old acronym gets stuck and we will be sure to rectify that on your behalf. I also want to share that typically for our public and also for our trustees who are new to their role, typically this is presented to you as a board in November, and the submission date according to the funding manual is November 30th. However, this year with our strike action and also with the later release of the results from Alberta Education and Childcare, Superintendent Scobie had the opportunity to ask for an extension. And in accordance with our board meeting schedule, this extension afforded us to be able to bring this to you in the month of January. However, you need to be aware that we did submit a very comprehensive, almost completed draft plan, which you saw and were a part of to Alberta Education and Childcare, our field services manager, Nicole McNally. So typically you will receive and we will be providing you moving forward a draft. And then in November, you will have an action item to vote to approve it, so we may submit. I want to share with you those new and also for others that this is a required document, and some of the language is it's a compliance document. But I also want to reward publicly and say, acknowledge the work that goes into this is many departments. It is not just myself who gets all the information and in the way that you see it presented. This year, you were a part of a new process which I feel was very valuable, where you were participants actively in the draft copy. And I want to highlight a few of those pieces for our public. The engagement you had with this draft report was immense, and I want to commend the board particularly on providing your moral imperative. I think it's an important piece for our board to be aware of. In that section on the board, there is a moral imperative there, and I think that is something new that our public needs to be aware of. The other piece I want to share is about the results and the improvement scale in terms of improvement and achievement. I want to share with you that this is a very complex algorithmic mathematical function, which includes Z scores. Now, those of you who haven't taken, the math high level years and years ago, you would have explored work with Z scores. Z scores are complex. I struggle with understanding them, and that's why they have statisticians at Alberta Education and Childcare. But when I'm talking about Z scores, improvement isn't just a ranking from one year to the next. It is a series of calculations over periods of time for us to be able to move. So I liken it to steering the Titanic. It isn't a quick turn from one year to the next. It is a compilation of data and statistics, which over time, we'll start to see that improvement. That being said, I want to highlight for the public as well as yourselves that we have seen incredible result improvement over the previous 2 years' results review data. So we have some wonderful things to celebrate. And we are seeing upward trends as a division, and also which you, our Board of Trustees, will be a part of when you review and get to see the school continuous improvement plan presentations. The work is done at the schools. The schools are what impact the division results. And I want to commend the work that is being done in the schools by our leaders and especially our teachers. And again, thanking Nikki Gilks. She always presents an incredibly palatable, easily approachable document that also visually highlights the incredible work that goes on in our schools and within our divisions. So thank you to Director of Communications and Special Projects, Nikki Gilks. I am happy to answer any questions. I know it's a large document. I have it in front of me and happy to answer any questions, inquiries you may have.
Trustee Mines, do you have any questions?
My question is in regards to this report, when does our public get to see this? Because our board agendas are posted. Are they able to see this already?
This will be posted upon, in the event of your approval today as a Board of Trustees, it will be posted immediately.
So then when we go to our school council meetings, we'll be able to share this information.
That is correct.
Thank you.
One of the things I really enjoyed when we went through this, I went through as well after at a couple different points as it was being completed. One of the things that I really enjoyed was the fact that the board had the opportunity to also include their input into the plan to show the connection between the board's work of governance and the operational daily work that goes on over these 3-year plans. That part was significant. Hadn't been done for a while, so it was really nice that it took place. And I think that the reminder that also helps connect back to the board's own strategic plan, and that these things are connected, integral, and an important part of what we do every day. So I wanted to say I really enjoyed that portion of what we did.
Perhaps Superintendent School, kind of connected to that, when we were looking at the original draft, I recall it was some prior language in there because it was reflected the year before and the report had to be compiled with the newer material. So I did have a question just for clarity maybe, and it's related on citizenship, page 25, I think, in the package. But it makes reference to a gap, a perception gap. And again, maybe the question might have been relevant prior to the actual approval process. But it's not a critique in the sense, I don't think I'd approve this because of the question I'm asking, but back in the draft process, that might have been more informative at that point. And in any event, it refers to the fact that a slight improvement in parent perception, and it's related to high school parents continuing to express concern that students may not be adequately modeling citizenship. And I'm just curious, it seems to suggest that this may be a question of communication more than that there's nothing happening. There is a lot of citizenship information going on, but the gaps in the communication, the perception gap by using official communications to highlight these activities maybe weren't happening to the extent they might. Is that an appropriate kind of interpretation of that?
I think there's a couple things here for sure. I believe that these are not specific to everybody, but as time goes on for parents, in elementary school, parents come in, they want to see their kids, the grandparents want to come in, they come to all of the parent-teacher interviews, and there is a lot more that happens. And as we go along, our kids grow and we do really important things, but we don't always know exactly what goes on in the school on a daily basis. And there's just not that same strong connection. So parents will have a feeling of what goes on. But when we actually have surveyed students separately from their parents, or when we've looked at surveys of student assurance data and the same kind of parent assurance data, we find that the students often feel better about their relationships, their connection to the school, the connection to important adults in the school, and they have a stronger feeling of these things often compared to what the parents' perception of what they hear, how it's communicated back to them, either by their own children or through the school channels. They just have a different perception of what goes on. So I think that that's part of what this is highlighting. Assistant Superintendent Ashermeyer may also have other points to bring as well.
Thank you, Superintendent Scobie. The other piece that is really been worked on by our schools and is a continued focus is those schools that provide, and many of you see your schools' weekly newsletters. Our schools are truly, and especially the high schools, trying to highlight the incredible citizenship activities, but also behaviors of students to make it very visual for parents to see, because there is, as Superintendent Scobie said, an incredible disconnect that parents are not in our high schools in the way that they are in the earlier grades. So we need to do a really good job of showing our parents that if they're hearing things, it may be hearsay, it may be urban legend, it may be fact, but we need to highlight the work in our schools. And I will say that our schools are doing a much better job of making that a very specific goal for sharing any pictures, information that they do in their school newsletters, because our parents are not always in the know and don't always have that evidence. I also want to say that if you're looking at this particular graph, that is simply one part of the assurance data. So when the commentary about high school and parents, I looked very specifically into the individual questions, and students are overwhelmingly saying that kids follow the rules in school. And I'm specifically looking at our grade 10 students, and that students are modeling comes across as an overall question, but there are 7 different questions that influence this result. But the questions that are very specific, the students are reporting very differently than their parents.
Just a reminder, what grade level are the students and the parents that are answering these questions?
4, 7, and 10. So grades 4, grade 7, and grade 10 students.
So it's only the grade tens that are reflecting the conclusion of high school.
Correct. And, you know, we also are aware that when you go from grade 9, you may be in the physical building of high school, but your experience is very, very different. And when we go to credit CEUs, credits earned per unit, then it's a different world that they're experiencing. And we've seen that in other assurance data as well, that it's a big transition. But it is our grade 10 students who are the primary grade 7 and grade 4s who give us this data. But for that commentary, I specifically looked at only the grade 10 student data because that's where we had a gap. The students say, great, parents not reporting the same as their children.
And to add to this, that surveys are not the only way that we do research, right? And sometimes surveys aren't even a good way to do research. They can be beneficial. But the Facebook page says something totally different, right? We see, like in Hinton, we see exciting experiments from the Chem Lab. We see news from the street with town council, kids on town council. We see all the football coverage that's happening. We see kids at Pine Valley Senior. And all this is on social media that gets hundreds of likes, right? And kids at the food bank and kids at the full circle store, and the list goes on and on. So all these exciting things are going, and maybe if we can maybe capture it a little bit more. Survey.
I just wanted to say, as a parent of two high school students, this year has been absolutely phenomenal. I don't get much from my boys, but from Kristen and from their newsletter weekly, it's been amazing. I know exactly what's going on all the time with the sports, with the academics, with the tests, the pictures, everything has just been phenomenal.
So the communication is there.
Yeah.
I know I get it from my high school. That highlights everything that's going on. So, but this is just our assurance. I mean, in
Correct.
the fact that parents aren't necessarily seeing social media, but they are seeing the communication.
Correct. And if I may be bold, as you always, Chair Bobolik, always promote and Board of Trustee members do, please complete the annual education and childcare results review survey, the assurance survey, because we need the best picture we can get. And often we don't have as big of a response rate as we would like to get a complete picture. And so really taking that time to do it, and perhaps I may encourage our public right now that our principals will be sending out the codes. They no longer come by mail. They will be emailed to parents. And if you are the parent of a child in more than one grade, you will receive more than one survey. And we highly recommend that you put your lens on as a parent of the child in grade 4, and then take your glasses off and put your grade 10 student glasses on when you are answering the surveys, because this is incredible feedback and information for our schools to consider their focus, maybe make adjustments as need be, looking at successes and where they still need to have some change for improvement in the future.
When I was reading through the document, and I have to admit I have more, but there were so many positives in there, and I just wanted to say kudos to the division. One of them that popped out at me was the high school completion for our Indigenous students, and I was just so excited to see that. And but like I said, throughout the whole document, there are so many positives, and kudos to everybody. Thank you.
Just trust you.
Or just a quick dual credit enhancement, Brad, can you explain that?
Oh, I'd love to. So we are always very focused on trades. We have been well before the ministerial mandate to focus on trades education. And many of our schools are involved in what's called dual credit preparatory courses. So it's very difficult for us in the rural area to do the complete dual credit, which means that students are enrolled in a trade school, post-secondary, at the same time receiving training within the school, and they get credit for both. So that is the true dual credit piece. However, we have been the proud recipients and apply every year to receive dual enhancement grant. There are two kinds that the government provides. And in the last 3 years, we have received those because the school leaders who are running trades type programs in their school work with me, we submit, and we have yet to be denied the money. So there is a $50,000 grant to enhance. So any of the equipment currently in a school, to increase the amount of equipment, that's the enhancement grant. There is also a startup grant. The startup grant has to be on something brand new. So they're to your school. That's right. It's not division. This is a school-based grant. And we've been very fortunate through the work of our school leaders that there have been a receiving of that. This year's dual enhancement grant is supporting laser welding at Parkland Composite High School. And there will be a good news story to come. Assistant Principal Ryan Hall, who is also a tradesperson, he is a Red Seal welder himself. He has been part of the TAVE, which is the trades, oh boy, I know, here we go. Trades Alberta Vocational, I'll get back to you with the full piece. But TAVES is an organization that focuses on trades in Alberta in the schools, and also CAS, Council of Alberta School Superintendents, co-plan what are called the TAVES conferences. And we have had two of our journey persons attend those conferences. And it was at one of those, through also his own research and his own education, that Assistant Principal Ryan Hall at Parkland learned about this new trend to go towards laser welding. So instead of MIG and stick welding, laser welding is the way of the future. And so he is using this enhancement grant to not just build these laser booths for Parkland, but mobile units, in hopes that this laser welding can be shared amongst our schools.
Any other questions? I just have a couple of things that I want to say. Those colors always get me every time, because when I see our numbers higher than the province, I think the colors should be
Blue and green?
yes.
Yeah.
And then I see it like being red and yellow and orange, and I'll never understand that, but that's okay. Also too is I have worked on this in the past, and I know what goes into it, and kudos to everyone who is involved in this. Thank you so much for putting this together, because it is not an easy task. When you said the draft had to be sent in, when was that sent in again?
November 19th, 2025, so prior
December.
to Christmas. Oh, sorry. Thank you, Superintendent Scobie.
Right.
December 19th.
I know we had to have things done prior to that, so I was just a reminder. Thank you so much. Again, thank you for putting this together, and I will read our recommendation if nobody else has any questions or comments. Trustee Mines? Did you have a question? Thank you very much. Our recommendation that the Board of Trustees approve the 2024-2025 Alberta Education and Childcare Results Review, the AECRR submission. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you again for all the work on this. It is much appreciated to all the departments who had a hand in it. Action item 7.2.2 is an update to policy 4, trustee code of conduct. In the recommendation that the Board of Trustees approves the update to policy 4, trustee code of conduct. Can I have someone make that motion? Trustee Acorn? And I'm going to turn it over to the chair of the policy committee.
And Trustee Caputo will just, as you're doing it, nice big voice. Sometimes if we look, I think we almost have to look up as we do. Next week, we're gonna have a nice upgrade coming, so we won't have to worry about this. However, for the moment, big voices.
Big voices, thank you. As you can see in the board package, it's different from what I'm going to present. We were going to do some changes to the policy that we currently have. But this one here, yesterday, we decided that we're going to do a complete change and overwrite to the code, trustee code of conduct. So I will bring everyone's attention that's got this document, if that's okay.
Yes.
Okay, and I will read, well, I don't know if I'll just read the changes, but I'll just go on. Where we say that the board commits itself and its members to conduct which meets the highest ethical standards. It is expected that all personal interactions and relationships will be characterized by mutual respect, which acknowledges the dignity and affirms the worth of each person. So when we were looking at the items, the first one that we looked at was specifically, and that was 3.1. And we have said that it says trustees will have a valid criminal record check with a vulnerable sector check from the RCMP. And then 3.2 is trustees must have a valid intervention check from Youth, Child and Family Enhancement Act. So that's what we have changed on this trustee code of conduct. And I just would like to bring it to your attention that we have looked at a lot of policies across the division and also with help from the Alberta School Board Association in the development of our policy, so that you're aware. Now, if we look at number 10, we said that trustees shall make all disclosures as required under section 86 of the Education Act to board chair and to the secretary treasurer within 30 days of being sworn in and forthwith after each change to the information. And number 13.1, it says when a trustee applies for employment within the division, they must take a leave of absence from the board to do so. If a trustee accepts the contract of employment, they must first resign from the board. And 13.2, if the trustee accepts a contract of employment from another school division, they must first resign from the board. 16, we just put in there that this was policy 4, appendix A, trustee code of conduct sanctions. And for amended, what we're going to do is it will be the dates of all the policies that we currently have on the trustee code of conduct. So a lot of work. I'd like to thank the policy committee and also Superintendent Scobie for his valuable input into the putting this policy forward. So like I said, we were just going to do a change on the one that we currently have, which was 11 pages long. And we now went and made this much. We now are following like the Education Act, and that's all I have to say about this one. So I don't know if anybody's got any comments or questions.
Thank you, trustee Caputo. Trustee Robinson.
Yeah, Chair Caputo and Chair Bobbitt. I'd just like the record to reflect that the impetus for us to originally look at the policy was to make sure it aligned with legislation in the Alberta Education Act. And it probably is reflected in the minutes of the past, I can't recall, but I'd like it to be reflected that the original clause that provided the impetus for us to examine this policy was the removal of the board's ability to sanction a member of the board itself by perhaps going to the point of the individual no longer being on the board. And for better or worse, that's no longer within the power of Alberta school boards to do. So we want to make sure that our policy reflected that. There could be a whole other debate about whether that's a legitimate thing that we are now compelled to follow in terms of provincial government, because it does suggest a little less autonomy on the part of a locally elected school board. But that's a different debate perhaps. I think it'd be nice to have the minutes to reflect that that's part of our rationale, which of course is why we look at policy all the time, is to make sure it suits our needs and does reflect existing legislation.
Thank you. Anyone else have any questions?
Well, I would like to just say is that we were going to have that change in the board package that we currently have, but then we thought that, you know what, we're gonna have to look at this policy again very, very shortly to make sure that everything is in good order. And that's the reason that we decided to look at the full policy yesterday.
And the other part that we looked at was the wording of our previous one, and that the wording was very verbose and very legalese, but also very negative. And so as adults that have been elected as part of our board, we felt that it needed to reflect the fact that we are adults on this board and that we need to follow certain rules. And we decided that the way that the Alberta School Board Association had written theirs was in a much more positive and much more enlightened way than the way we had it before, and much more concise. So, you know, the rules are there, we need to follow them. But I think when the next boards come in, they're going to feel that it's in a much more positive light and it's a much more cohesive way of looking at it. So.
Anyone else have any comments?
I do. You're,
Oh,
I
sorry.
don't know if you guys can see me or not.
No, I can, sorry.
So I just want to clarify what we're voting on. So the package, the policy 4 that came in the package, that was probably, I don't know if it was posted to the website. You guys, it was changed and a new one was sent to us yesterday. That is the one we're voting for, right? And will we update the package on the website, or maybe it's already done, to include that package and remove the other one? Because
We will, I've just spoken with Ms. Brooks and we will be updating it.
perfect. I just want to make sure I was clear. I do want to commend you guys. I love our new policy compared to our last one. It is concise, it comes from the positive, and I just think it's a great change and it's much shorter. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Mines. I just want to say that I sat in and I was part of this, and I agree that we looked at our old policy in comparison to our previous one in 2020. We looked at ASBA's. ASBA's was more reflective of our 2020. And we decided, the policy committee yesterday decided that they wanted to do the whole thing. And I know it was last minute, but instead of making one change, they made a big change. And I commend you on your work, and I thank you, and I will put forward now the recommendation, if there's no other questions or comments, that the board of trustees approve the update to policy 4, trustee code of conduct. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you for your work. So action item 7.2.3, update to policy 4, appendix A, trustee code of conduct sanctions. Recommendation is that the board of trustees approve policy 4, appendix A, trustee code of conduct sanctions. Do I have someone make that motion? Trustee Bowman, oh, sorry. Sorry, Trustee Bowman. And I will turn it over to the policy chair.
Thank you. And thank you again for everybody's input for our policy committee yesterday. And thank you again, Superintendent Scobie. What we did is the Alberta School Board Association had developed a very, very good policy. It would have been maybe a draft policy. Okay. So what we did is we looked at it and so that you know is that when we looked at this policy, we went through each item line by line to make sure that it reflected us as a school division and us as board members. So in number one, what we did is the change that we had in here is we say that we're saying that they had with the trustee code of conduct, we're putting policy 4. We say that policy 4 trustee code of conduct in that one, that would be the change. And as you scroll down, you'll see that in number 7, and I might as well say is that when we say in camera, we no longer say in camera, we refer to them as closed sessions. So that would be in number 7. And that would have been also in number 10. And number 11, we would say a closed session. So then in 10.1, sorry, we would look at 10.1 as also a closed session. Also, there's nothing on the next page. And number 11.4 is also closed session. And we have here approved January the 14th, 2026. Did we not have any other policy trustee code of conduct sanctions from a while back, or no, we had nothing, or that was combined into one policy?
It was combined, that's why it was 11 pages.
Yes, okay. So then if this is to be approved, then that would be say that it was approved on January the 14th, 2026. And also all the legal references that are in this policy. And I'd like to say thank you that we, as a board, we're a member of the Alberta School Board Association of Alberta, or ASBA. And we're glad to, well, you know what? It's a membership, it's a cost that we pay, but then you know what? They provide work and input that they have done on this. And I believe that this was the policy here, the development of the policy was by the late Terry Gunderson, which he will be truly missed, but his input. And it was also noted that we also did check with the Alberta School Board Association, and they had no more of these. Like these were the latest ones that were out there for the policies. And I would just look for a positive outcome to this policy vote. And then what will happen then is that policy with 11 pages then will be taken out of our policies, and it would be reflected that these two would be going in. So, thank you.
Any comments or questions? Trustee Robinson?
Well, I guess my previous comment really relates to this part, doesn't it? Because the original reference that was going to be deleted because of legislation was the reference to removing a member from the trustee, which of course now we no longer have the authority to do. The policy is retaining that authority. Another debate perhaps needs less autonomy for us, but that's just maybe a clarification. The two documents will be discussed.
Thank you. Trustee Mines? Oh, sorry.
It is hard to hear, so I've missed little bits of that. You were all speaking fairly quietly. Melody, you're pretty loud, and Kurt and Kara are, but for at home here, for everybody who's watching, it's like whispers and we hear parts of words. And I know it's going to be improved and that's wonderful, but I didn't hear the comments, but I followed along online, so I think I'm good.
Okay. Just that the update to the sanctions was really Bill 51. Is that correct, Bill 51?
So, yeah.
Yeah, from the Alberta government, where trustee boards can no longer remove trustees.
Right.
So that was the comment made by Trustee Robinson. So that's removed out of, that was initially what was being removed out of the 11-page document. but it would have actually fallen within the sanctions piece of policy four. Trustee Bird.
I was just gonna say, it's really nice to see this document now, because less is best. And from like a film school point of view too, saying closed session is way better, because it's very confusing to the public when you say these terms. And that's why.
Anyone else? Okay, so I'll read the recommendation again. That the Board of Trustees approve policy 4, appendix A, trustee code of conduct sanctions. All in favor? And that is carried. So action item 7.2.4 is an update to policy 10, policy making. The recommendation is that the Board of Trustees approves the update to policy 10, policy making. Could I have someone make that motion? Trustee Bird. And I will turn it over to the chair of the policy committee. Trustee Caputo.
Thank you. Can you hear me, trustee Mines? Okay, so I'll use my louder voice. Thank you. So if we're looking at this policy, we do have some changes on this policy. And one of them, well, it would be on number 8. And it says in here that the superintendent must inform the board of any changes to administrative procedures. And therefore, that position has to inform us that there's been changes to the administrative procedures. We have no input, but he's to advise us that there's been changes to the APs. And it would come, I believe, Superintendent Scobie, I believe that when you do your superintendent's report, and if there's any changes, you would just tell us that there's changes to the administrative procedures. Also, number 11, we say that all board policies and administrative procedures will be posted on the division's website, and notification of any changes sent to trustees, all principals, and central office staff. If I may say that when it comes to administrative procedures, it's not that we want to approve them but it's just that we are in the know, that we know that there's been changes to the administrative procedures.
Absolutely.
Yes, thank you. And number 13, it says that the board will review each policy as needed at a minimum of 2 years. And right now we look at our policies and we look at when they were last amended. And that's when we look about bringing them forward to look about amendments to the policy. And maybe we might not have to amend the policy, but we are asking that this be put in there that that we look at them as needed. Number 13A, and that's a new one. It says policy 1, division foundational statement will be reviewed for the first year of an election cycle. I believe that that's really, really important because we as the board members, we have a 4-year term. And by looking at the division foundational statement at the first of our cycle, then the first year, then we would know that this board, that's what they'd be looking at their focus for their divisional foundational statement. And therefore, I guess if this is approved, then there would be a new, a different, new date on the amended, but I'm thinking that, I don't think the last time was from 2005, I'm thinking, yeah. Sorry, it was October of 2023. That's the last time that it was amended. So I have no other comments to say about this policy. It's just that we're putting in here that that the superintendent, if there's any changes to the administrative procedures, that the board would be aware of them. And also about policy 1, that in the first year of an election cycle, that board would look at the divisional foundational statement. So that would be my comments to this one. Thank you.
Is there any questions, comments? I just have one. Under 13, it wouldn't be A, it should be 13.1 if we're following. Yeah.
And again, too, if I may say, I'd like to say again, thank you to the policy committee and also Superintendent Scobie, because we're also putting, I think, that you now have to, when there's changes to the administrative procedures that we do as a board, we do know that they did happen.
Yep,
Yes,
you bet, no problem.
So thank you.
So if there's no questions, I'll read the recommendation again, that the Board of Trustees approves the update to policy 10, policy making. All in favor? And that is carried. I want to thank the policy committee for their work. You guys are doing great work moving forward on our policies, and I thank you for that. It's not easy. So action item 7.2.5 is Yellowhead County Tax Levy Action Plan. The recommendation is that the board decline to remit payment of the Yellowhead County Local Improvement Levy for the Hamlet of Evansburg and continue advocacy through provincial channels and stakeholder collaboration. Could I have someone make that motion? Trustee Acorn. Sorry.
Okay.
Trustee Acorn. Thank you. I'm going to turn this over to Superintendent Scobie.
Thank you, Chair. So we have this levy came to us back in June, and we have had many conversations as a board, many conversations in operations, conversations with Yellowhead County as well. We've been very thankful that our new Secretary of Treasurer, Tash Taylor, has been here to help work us through the financials of all this, what it means, the implications. And so I'm going to pass it over to her to lead us through what the choices are, where we're coming to, and then what it is that you will ultimately be voting upon this morning.
Thank you, Superintendent, trustees. In many ways, Yellowhead School Division, or Grand Yellowhead School Division, is a pioneer, and here we have yet another situation that's new and unique before us. So this has to do with respect to the Yellowhead County Local Improvement Levy. There's quite a bit of background and context in the report. We are recommending option 3, which I'll speak to in a moment. And the reason it's being brought to the board is not just because of the amount. It's really because of the many other implications that this type of, I would say, bill or expense provides the division. So there's exponential issues with just paying the bill. So we are suggesting, after including the analysis that's included in the package, that in May 2025, the county issued our school division an improvement levy of $938,642.38 for local utility improvements in the hamlet of Evansburg. And we've conducted an extensive analysis on the implications of that. We've spoken, as Superintendent mentioned, in various conversations at the public board, and now we're at the point where, as administration, we need direction on where we go with this and how to handle the expectation from the county. So with that, we've provided 3 options, 3 key options. The first one is to pay the levy outright at the discounted amount. And if we pay the levy by April 1st, 2026, they've provided a reduced rate of $737,935. Now, in the considerations, this has us focus on using operating reserves. However, we would actually seek permission to use capital reserves. Regardless, it still comes out of some sort of savings that we have. This type of fee or levy is outside of the norm of what we typically would pay for. It's outside of the capital funding manual, outside of the capital manual. And so we would need to seek ministerial approval to pay this out of capital reserves. So the first one, again, is pay the levy in full. If we did that, there are significant implications. And one of the key ones is that payment of this type represents a substantial opportunity cost to students and programs staffing, transportation, playgrounds, or supports for low enrollment schools. So it's not just if we pay it in full, it's also an implication if we paid over a term, right? There are others, and I'll allow you to speak to those in a moment. The primary outcome, if we went with that direction, is that it would pay the bill, it would avoid a long-term dispute, and it would avoid any interest costs. There are other implications and risks with that, but ultimately that would be why we would do that, is to pay it, get it over with, and move on. The second option would be to finance the levy over 25 years, and this would be similar to a mortgage. The county has offered that option, but it includes interest at a little over 5% over 25 years. And the total cost would then be 1.33 million to the division. The primary outcome with that, why we would maybe want to go in that direction, it would prevent an immediate drawdown on our reserves, capital or operating, but it actually results in a higher cumulative financial burden. So we would be paying almost double for that expense in the long run. So there are less cash implications, but again, there's a greater opportunity cost to us. Third, decline to pay the levy altogether and continue to advocate. This would be, as the resolution or the motion stated, we would continue to try and seek support from the province and potentially support from, there are strategies with maybe the other school divisions and school board associations. Now this one here, of course, the outcome why we would do this, it would be uncertain, but why we would do it, the implications and considerations are great in that if we pay this levy, the risks of paying it outweigh the benefits to our school division. And then, of course, there are broader implications. Certainly, there are some potential political and financial implications, and certainly potential litigation. However, overall, we believe that we're of the opinion that declining paying this levy is the best course of action. It's the most prudent course of action for the division, notwithstanding there are greater and broader implications as well. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Just for the people who are listening, one of the things that's a problem is that it would set a precedent, right? Like because this has never happened to a school division before, where they've had to pay this money for something like this. So is that also one of the problems, right?
Sure, thank you, trustee. It does open up for broader implications. We can look at this just for ourselves, but certainly even our auditors noted that that potential exists.
You are the expert, so.
Thank you. Ultimately, it's the board's decision, and you're right, there are different ways to look at this, and none of the options are ideal. In fact, the whole matter is unfortunate that we have to have this in front of us to deal with. Option 3, I think, in my opinion, first of all, it provides time for us to negotiate potentially with the county, or at least seek a policy change overall with the minister. It also retains funds that are intended for student and educational purposes for those purposes. There is, by putting the school division in the middle, we essentially become a flow through from one minister, it's from Alberta Education Funds coming through to us for a municipal purpose. And we then become simply the conduit. I guess one could argue there are some benefits to our school there being part of that community, and being part of the upgrades to the water lines and sewer. But overall, it puts us in a precarious position. The other issue is that back to the precedent piece, is we serve 5 communities, 5 municipalities, 5 where we have families across this part of the province. If we begin to pay, if we say yes to this, it will be difficult to say no to the others. The amount is another aspect why it would be one thing if it was a small, perhaps a small bill, but this is almost $1 million. And if we go with interest, it's over $1 million. And really the precedent setting for us as a school division is one that I'm concerned about financially.
Trustee Mines?
Hi, Tash, I do believe that you answered some of my questions because I was curious about what type of legal action if we choose not to pay I was curious about what penalties would we be looking at, overdue fees, was there anything in there? And what do you think our chances are? But I just want to say that I'm in favor of number 3, but I just have those questions. Our chances, anything in the documentation saying if we choose not to pay what interest costs and stuff would be?
Thank you, trustee. We don't know for sure. If you think of your own tax roll, if you don't pay your taxes, they could add in interest. The other thing is they will assume that if we don't pay, they will assume that we're going on the long-term payment plan, and they will begin estimating, charging us annually. So that will be sort of a default. You've accepted the mortgage long-term plan with interest. And so the thing is, where it's uncertain how they would deal with it. To be honest, I'm not sure what leverage they have if we decline. And I'll leave it at that. If there's more, we could go in camera, but.
Well, thanks, Jackie. That was part of mine too. Like you've certainly pointed out the best possible scenario where kids benefit. But with that long term, do you think that would be the worst thing that they would do to us?
Thank you, trustee. The worst thing, the county?
Like we'd end up paying twice as much as the discount they're giving us.
To be honestly, I mean, they're asking for funds from a customer that can't pay really. So that's a dilemma. When we look at our reserves and the constraints around those in contrast to the county's reserves, that's also a consideration, right? It's not like they could not maybe afford to support some of those improvements they're looking at as well.
I guess my question or my observation is that we haven't approached any legal advice ourselves at this point. It's obviously an option, or is there?
We have approached the legal option. We asked Brownlee, our lawyers who advised us at the very time that there was every likelihood that we would have to pay this. We asked that within 10 days of receiving this, and that was the advice that we were given at that time. Yes. So that legal advice was sought and was given. It was sought as a conversation with people we retain, as opposed to let's open a file, write things down, have a legal opinion that was worth thousands of dollars in order to obtain. But a person who is in the know, that does work like this, advised us that we would probably have to pay this bill to the best of his ability without having to say, I 100% guarantee that you will. Yes, so legal advice was sought at that point.
Jackie does have a question. Jackie, I'll let Tash or Secretary Treasurer Taylor answer, and then.
Thank you. I will just add that the county isn't doing anything wrong. They are legislatively allowed. Right. This is a unique situation, and it's a bit in principle. And of course, based on the considerations for our division.
The nature of my question is that it does make me a little bit nervous about getting into litigation and that sort of thing. I wanted to raise the issue, and I appreciate your answer. I agree. The idea is not doing anything wrong, but there is also, I think, our own moral imperative in what our funds are for. There is the avenue where common sense perhaps will prevail. So I would support option 3 because I think that provides that alternative a bit more, and it strikes me as being the common sense direction.
Trustee Mines?
I just wanted to say, in fairness to that lawyer, there is no precedence. So what we're trying to do is set a new precedence in the province, and we're actually, by standing our ground, we could be saving many school divisions a lot of money. And when I go to PBSC, I will hopefully have a chance to start to chat with people about our predicament.
So one of the questions that I think had come up earlier that just hasn't kind of come forward yet as well. I know for me too, I think I had asked this in conversations with Secretary Treasurer Taylor. In some ways for me, it was like, well, why wouldn't we just pay a little bit for a long time? It doesn't really affect us. It's only a little bit each year. Like it doesn't really affect any one budget to such a significant amount that it feels like it takes away a lot. And I'm sure that was one of the things that people would have that question, but I'm sure there's a better answer than the way I look at it, which is a little bit each year is more palatable than doing it all at once. I think that's a question.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Superintendent. The thing with financing over the 25 years is simply a cash flow matter, right? It would be it would just be dealing with the method of how we flow out the funds. It doesn't remove the principles behind paying or not paying. And so those are there or those remain. And in addition, we'd be paying almost double over time. And again, it doesn't remove the precedent setting. It doesn't remove the idea of the moral imperative and where should funds go and how should this actually take place in the province. And it would be my least preferred recommendation because you don't actually change the principles upon which we were recommending option 3. You're just, amortizing out the payments over time. So it's less of a cash impact, but everything else remains. One of the things Superintendent had asked me as well is, well, would it not buy time to negotiate? And certainly, perhaps that's an option. I'm of the opinion that once you start paying or making payments, it's hard for them to remove the bill than if you say no at the beginning and potentially have leverage at the front end. Once things start being paid, it could be harder to stop that flow.
Perfect, thank you.
Any other? Sorry, Trustee Kudo.
Well, lots of my questions have been answered, but you mentioned about the reserves for the county. Is that public information about what their reserves, how much that they do have in reserves?
Yes, thank you so much. In fact, that's where I obtained that information. So I went to their 2024 audited financial statements online, and it's publicly available, and they have approximately $1 billion in reserves. Billion against a budget of $77 million. We have reserves, operating reserves of 1.9 million against a budget of 70 million.
Yeah. And if I may say, the county, they have the ability to set their tax rate, correct? So then they have that ability to set their tax rate. And I think by asking that question about the $1 billion that they currently have in their surplus reserves. Like I said, I did have other questions, but you did ask them. So also another question is that if you're going forward, so then, okay, so I letter would get drafted, would be sent to them that we are declining this, or I don't know what is the process, what would happen?
Thank you, trustee. On the page 76, we have a list of next steps outlining, depending which direction the board would choose to go. If we went with option 3, we would suggest communicating the board decision to the county council. So it would be a board-to-board communication outlining the rationale, similar to what was outlined in your letter to the minister. There would be a communication to the Minister of Education from the board with, again, rationale. The deputy minister, this could come from the superintendent. We would recommend all board chairs, the College of School Superintendents, the Association of School Business Officials of Alberta, and outlining all the rationale. And again, because this is the scope of this, it's not something, as we spoke about before, that has implications just for us. Certainly there are, but the broader scope of it, I think, would be helpful to raise awareness, and if not, help set some policy directions. From that communication piece, we look to coordinate with other school divisions for information sharing and potentially collective advocacy. And this is where the school boards could work together potentially, bring forward policies or policy motions at some of the general meetings. We know that there are neighboring school divisions that would likely be interested in helping with that because they're in our, they could be impacted as well. And so that's where we would inform stakeholders of the directions. It's a communication piece, and most of that would come potentially from the board and any other ideas, certainly.
So then in that aspect, then you would be including like the Alberta School Board Association, the Public School Board Association of Alberta, and Rural Caucus, because I know that the president of the Alberta School Board Association was, because I believe that the letter went to her and she was interested in what the outcome, and I think that's very important that anybody that you can send this to, like including our MLA and MLAs, the more people that we have, the better that it will be. So thank you. Trustee Acorn.
I just wanted to say, sounds like we're looking back at option 2. I feel like as soon as you start paying it, it's kind of like you're agreeing to the payment. So how would you ever sort of stuck? Kind of stuck. Yeah.
I have some. I want to just look at, there's a couple of things I want to comment on, is our stakeholders, our parents who own homes, land, pay an education tax to our county. And which we have no say as to how much that is or anything. I think our stakeholders need to be aware of this and need to advocate on our behalf, because this is their children's money and their money going to pay a bill to the municipality, and that's all of them. That's from Evansburg to Jasper to Grand Cache, everybody, because regardless of where you are, and I know that that's a different MD, this money here that is earmarked for your children is going to this bill if we decide to pay it. So that is my first comment. My next comment is, we are aware that the county has commented on us closing down schools due to low enrollment, which is mentioned in here, that we support schools with low enrollment, and we have a couple across our division with low enrollment that we support. They judge us on shutting down our rural schools. But if we pay this almost $1 million bill, we have no choice. We have no extras for this. So I just want them to be aware of the decisions they make impact the decisions we make. Just my comments. Had one more. And it has, so we also have to think, we have 2 more board meetings before April 1st, right? I know that we're going to say no, or possibly, I should not put words in anyone's mouth, that we could possibly be saying no right now. But it could change, depending on circumstances, depending on whatever we decide, as a group, whatever we decide. But as of today, this is what could be decided moving forward. I do remember my other comment now. They took the cost of this. They paid half, is what we were told. Then they divided that amongst the homeowners on that, or landowners, sorry, on that streets. And of course, us being the largest one got the biggest share. So we do know that people on that street have had to pay their portion. So, we're not disputing that people have had to pay their levy. We're not disputing that. What we are disputing is that it's their money again being used to pay this levy in just a different form. That was my So
Agreed.
I didn't really have a question, I just had comments. So, and I thank you, Secretary Treasurer Taylor, for putting this together, for presenting it to us. And if there's no other questions or comments, Trustee Bird. Yes.
No, I'm just teasing you guys. Yeah, thanks so much, Secretary Treasurer Taylor. I Googled it because I'm new and everything. Is there any way that it says boards negotiate with municipalities? Is there any way we can continue to do that? And should we? Is that operations or is that governance? I'm really, I've come from 50 years of teaching,
No, it's
so
great.
settling into this is not easy for me.
No, it's my pleasure to answer any of these questions. There's potential. And I think, even back to the point of, even if it's half of whatever, the principle remains that we're using educational dollars for a levy where we would need to seek approval to pull from capital reserves. So the payment, I think negotiating in the amount is one thing. The others remaining around the principle, does this create precedent and expose us to additional levies? So even if we could get this down to $500,000, the issue remains that perhaps Jasper or Edson or others have, we'll see that this was a strategy, an effective strategy.
I do actually have another comment because we did hear from the municipality that said, this is something we are going to see as infrastructure ages, that you're going to see more of this coming forward. Not to us, but across the province is what we heard, right? As things age. I do think we do need to still continue an open line of communication with our municipality, right? To be speaking to them, because we also know that this goes back quite a ways, correct?
Right, the first reference is to 2011. Yep,
Okay, so and I know we've
that's okay.
beaten this like a dead mule, but there is reference further back of a lesser amount
Yes,
and then nothing.
correct. Yeah, there was, and there certainly is, there was time that was started in the 2011, that went up to about 2018. And then in the 2018, certainly from then on, there was a hiatus of any communication about any of this that had gone on. Yellowhead County gave us a number of reasons why that was, from COVID to changes in the organization, and then to come forward with this as a completed item now. So those are definitely things that have happened over this last number of years.
Right, and you can speak to the amount almost doubling or tripling.
More, it was about 350,000 was the original amount that was talked about, and then now we're well over $900,000. So it is a significant increase for sure in that time. And then that part is true. The other thing, to answer Trustee Bird's question, how can we go about this? So Trustee, one of the things that you will work with, what you can do is you work with your board and your board chair to align communications at the political level. We can work to align communications at the operational level. And each of those is a way that we go about. So we have trustees talking to other elected officials. We have those that are in operations talking with other operational officials. So that is some of the things that we do. So your question was, how can we continue to do this? You will work with your board as a communication strategy. You may ask us for our input as to how you can make those communications happen. We will work together as well. But both prongs of that communication have to happen in the area. And then we will also have and have had communications to other organizations that are similar, right? Rural Caucus, ASBA, PSBA, also to other ministers that we have that are in our area, and then back to education and infrastructure. So there are many things that are there. We just each find our ways to communicate, and we make sure that we touch base with those that are in our similar levels of communication. So that's just to be a bit more specific answer for what's also been given. But we each kind of work within our areas to do so, and we work together to make it happen.
Thank you, Superintendent. Secretary Treasurer.
Thank you, Chair. One of the additional complicating pieces to this is when we're looking at the advocacy and the communication piece around what is the purpose of whatever it is we're doing, because there's two parts to this. One is the purpose, if we're communicating, we, the board, the proverbial division, are we looking to reduce the amount, right? And so is that the communication, or the purpose needs to be clear between that, and are we looking to ensure that school divisions aren't simply becoming the conduit to provincial funds from being flown through school divisions, right? And so, you know, municipalities have had a challenging time over the years with different funding model changes provincially, and I know they're looking for new ways and innovative ways to you know, seek revenue sources and streams. And I think it's that piece around when there is communication with the county or whomever, whatever municipality, is it the amount that's the problem, or is there a principled piece here where there's a hard no because of all the implications? And that's of course up to the board to sift through over time, but those are two pieces around this.
So today, what our recommendation is to this board is to just decline remittance of payment. Not how, like, whether we're going to communicate, whether we want to lessen the amount, or whether it's just right now, it's about declining remittance of payment. Correct?
Yes.
Just so everybody is clear. I think, and I know we should probably put us to a vote if there's no other questions, but I do think that we do need our administration to set up a meeting with Yellowhead County as soon as possible. And the topic of conversation is this. So is there any other questions, comments?
Just quick one, setting up a meeting at which level?
With us,
Okay.
counselor, mayor to chair and board.
Yeah.
So, so if there's no other questions, no other comments. Okay, I will read the recommendation that the board decline to remit payment of the Yellowhead County Local Improvement Levy for the hamlet of Evansburg and continue advocacy through provincial channels and stakeholder collaboration. All in favor? That is carried. Unanimously. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Secretary Treasurer, for this. I'm just going to move that we don't move on. It's 7 minutes to noon.
Okay.
If everyone is in favor that we break for lunch and return at 1 o'clock. And we have unanimous consent. Unless your report is short.
No, let's go. No, we have unanimous consent. This is fantastic.
Okay, so
Fantastic.
we will break until 1 o'clock. Trustee Mines, we'll see you at 1. Thank you, everyone. Okay, welcome back, everyone, and I hope everyone had a good lunch. We'll start with the board chair report, and I guess I could do my reflection right now. So since our last board meeting, it was Christmas break, which was very nice. I spent it with my family. And I will say this, that you reach a certain age when maybe you should not go down on one of those really fast round
Flying
disc
saucers.
flying saucer things off of the hill and hit a couple of moguls almost. That's all I have to say about that. So that is my reflection, and now we'll go around the table and if anyone has anything else to add.
Every school was so well done and so different. We could really see that school's personality in performances.
Yeah, they were lovely.
Excellent.
Ditto. Yeah, Shirley and I had a wonderful time. Thank you.
We're recovered from a busy November, looking forward to January.
I do have to say that, yes, I did attend the Christmas concerts. They were all very well done and very, like you said, personalities.
Yeah. I did also a turkey luncheon, help them. And to me, because I was off to a Christmas concert, but very well attended too.
A lot of community.
Yes.
All good. Thanks for sharing. Thank you, everyone. And now we're on to our superintendent's report.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, I think what we need just before we get started, so everybody kind of knows. We're late coming back from lunch because we were dealing with a power outage right now in Grand Cache. So right now there's no power in Grand Cache. It'll be out for a couple more hours by the sounds of it. So from our team here, Director of Communications, Technology, Facilities, and Transportation are all out working together. They're going through School Messenger to make sure parents are aware, organize the bus to come and pick up the kids that need to be on the bus, and all of those things are taking place right now. So there are less people here, but that's what we were just organizing and finalizing before the board meeting started. So that is part of the reason why we were a little late getting back in here, as we were getting all of that organized, and that's what they're doing right now to ensure that all parents understand and know there is a plan. Everybody's safe. Everybody's good right now. That's where we're at.
Thank you. I did update the board on that.
Oh, perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So I had a couple of ideas or a couple of items that I did in my report. Normally, it's shorter than normal. We had less time than normal as well. I will tell you that I enjoyed being with my family. So my son and daughter, youngest daughter, were home. Son is at home anyways, but Claudia came home from Edmonton. She's going into her final semester of education, elementary education at the U of A. So it was great to have her home for a bunch of time. Olivia is as a nurse, and so she is doing travel nursing and currently on Vancouver Island. So we didn't get a chance to see her, but we FaceTimed often and opened up shared gifts and stuff. So that part was fun. I did see her in just this last weekend when we were on the island for a funeral, and so it was good. It was like we had actually seen each other over time, and we got to spend some time together this weekend, which was lovely to do. Not in the snow and not at -30, as we were spending time with family. So in my report, though, I wanted to highlight a couple of ideas. Although I don't ever want to have a red nose picture again to be taken. We did have a lovely little Christmas picture that was there. The Christmas time that was here and the preparations as we got to our break was wonderful. We had time to meet with CLT and have lunch as a board and CLT together. Our ESC group had lunch that was hosted by the social committee. Both of those were excellent events and really bring people together. And it was nice to see and hear laughters and smiles and all of that, because there's been a lot of work that has been done leading up to this Christmas break. We have things that are coming along. I spoke about the Grand Trunk amalgamation we began to look at what that's going to look like as our schools are transitioning from Wildwood and Evansview into Grand Trunk, and we've begun some of the work in order to make that happen. Meetings that are happening with staff, information that's going out. So that is all going as started. It's starting off, and we're working together to support that transition. The board put out a survey that was requested at the last board meeting. So we have surveyed parents from West Haven and from Mary Bergeron and Fulham to ask about potential for busing out to Fulham. So that survey is underway and will close on Friday. And I think the last one that I wanted to say was, I was very impressed with the way that the audit and the audit committee and that process all took place. As a group, I felt the board really represented our school division well. You asked good, comprehensive questions. You had our auditor go back and make sure that he was able to explain things that were there. And he was great at saying, we don't like to leave these things unturned. We don't like the idea of other. Let me explain to you what that is. And so there was a really strong understanding of the budget, the process, the audited financial statements that were done. And I was really proud of how all that went. So that was really great work that that got us to the break. So those are some of the things that I had written about, and if there's any questions or comments, I'm happy to answer.
I do. Who won the Christmas tree contest? It's your turn.
Now, I would like to say that it was all me. I'll say that it was all me, but really,
just so you know.
But sadly, it was the superintendency staff that won. Yes, and that is our picture of the winning tree that is on that report. I was engaged elsewhere when the tree was made, but it was really well done by Nikki and Katie.
I was gonna say, did the superintendency group judge the competition?
No, we held an open vote, and it was a landslide victory from what I understand. Opinions vary as to the validity of the vote, but
I was gonna say, so did it depend on how you voted, whether you got to enjoy the fun lunch?
Yeah. Maybe. So we just know that there's a few departments that were a little more sad than others, and that does happen. And so we've engaged services for them so they can be sad and be taken care of.
Excellent.
Yeah.
So mental health.
Mental health for all.
Thank you so much for your report. As always, we enjoy it.
Mm-hmm.
So now we'll move on to administrative reports. We have our division department reports. That the Board of Trustees receive a report on projects, processes, and/or programs conducted by the many central office departments since our last public board meeting as information. And we will start with finance.
Thank you, trustee or board chair. I will actually pass this off to our director of finance and let him speak to the financial department.
Thank you, board. Our finance reports are attached. Easier to read. And, if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Trustee Caputo.
I'd like to just say is, I noticed that is that till the end of January, you've already completed the teacher retro pay? Is that already done?
It was done at the end of December.
Good,
Yeah,
thank you.
2025. So we payroll and processed it just 25th around Christmas time. And then the retro for subs.
And I'm sure it's been followed. What is JUPA? JUP. Sorry.
It's okay, joint use planning agreement, so it's our
great.
usage.
Yes, I knew that we had seen it. Okay, thank you.
Trustee Mines.
Thank you. I'm just curious, on your to-do work, it says begin development of an AP related to school generated funds. Is this a new AP?
Thank you. We need to take a look at that. just the use and clarify the purposes of those funds. We have a lot of practices that are following wives' tales or urban legend, and not everyone has the same understanding. And so we want to tighten that up and make it clear for our teachers and principals.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Thank you.
Anyone else? Oh, Trustee Robinson?
Maybe related to that, I noticed from the annual report, I put a wow here, 2% of the total came from school generated funds. It looks like $1.6 million. And does that make sense? That was from a lot of the year before. So I mean, that's, 2% is a small percentage of the budget, obviously. The school generated funds at that extent kind of surprised me. And what is it I don't understand about what might be in school? It might be a casino from one school, I know, so that would be a big chunk, but that's a lot of cookie sales.
Thank you, trustee. It could be all sorts of fundraising things. It's also fees for field trips, vending machines. There's a range, anything that's self-generated at the school level. And we do have a significant amount of our reserves in school generated funds. It's a strong observation on your part.
I did notice that the projection for this year is about half.
We prefer to under project when it comes to fundraising. We don't know what the appetite will be for donations and that sort of thing. And then sometimes as the school year goes on, there are new initiatives that come up later, but usually school generated funds are projected conservatively and then materialize hopefully beyond.
Anyone else have any questions? Sorry. I just have a question. At a school council meeting, it was brought forward, do our schools have their budgets? I know we're still dealing with Alberta government budget or being given to us.
Thank you for that, board chair. In the Q1 report, I'll speak to that, but do they have their budgets? Not until tomorrow. So they have had an opportunity in December to take a look, make some changes. It was locked down December 19th so that I could go in and make adjustments with Director of Finance based on the retroactive pay that was deposited, changes to teacher salaries, all of those adjustments, and then they'll be reopened tomorrow. And principals are having a in-service type professional development session to go through some of those changes and implications.
So we can move on to facilities. I know Director Orge is not here, but would Secretary Treasurer answer some of those questions? Is there any questions? I just know that the modernization, pardon me, at Grand Trunk. So phase 1 and 2 are completed. They're wrapping up phase 3. I think I heard that they were starting on drywall and mudding and that sort of thing. Do we, have they had any issues that we know of moving forward that is gonna maybe delay their because I know it's been pushed, right? It was supposed to be this date, then it got pushed another month and another month. Now we're looking at February.
I believe that was the last update that I had. I'm unsure.
That's right.
Yeah.
There have been no changes.
Okay.
They're working hard. There's a plan to even, right up until August, there's a hard plan of making sure it gets done. Everything is ready to go. So we don't foresee any delays in opening or in fall. But things may come up with spring and winter, but right now things are on track.
So we can move on to technology. Director Lee is.
He may be joining us back, but if there's anything that's there, we can answer for sure.
Does anyone have any?
Superintendent Scobie, he's gonna be linking in right away.
Right away? Okay. Can we come back to him? And
We certainly
move on
can.
To Assistant Superintendent Aschemeyer for Learning Services.
Any questions for?
I'm waiting for her. Is there any questions for Assistant Superintendent Aschemeyer based upon this?
Watching some presentations in the next few days.
Yes.
There's some connections there.
We might have questions after, but.
And that would be fine, and I just wanted to let trustees know I tried my very best, and I think our team did, to include what things were in their entirety and then provide the acronym, because it is a challenge for anyone in the education world.
We appreciate it, thank you. Oh, yeah.
I did have one when I was looking through it. The multi-jurisdictional meeting. What's that?
This is probably, I would say, the best grassroots group of people that I have had the pleasure to work with. So it is, the participants include some assistant superintendents, many directors of learning, and we meet. It actually was born out of the concept-based curriculum that was brought forth by the NDP government, devised by teachers. We met as a group and we were starting to do planning and how do we implement and how do we do curriculum in a concept-based lens. We continued this work as a provincial group. We are non-political, but every time we meet, we do lots virtual. We did one in the summer in person. We will do one in the summer in March. And we talk about learning things that are coming to the forefront. So this group is very active on email, and it's a way for people in communities like mine that we are hearing what other divisions are doing in the province. So for example, and then I'll be quiet, we can move on, provincial achievement tests for June, the general information bulletin from Alberta Education and Childcare was released at the end of December. The dates are very early in June. I provided that information to our principals, as well as, of course, Assistant Superintendent and Superintendent Scobie. In order to accommodate Veretta, they scheduled 6 and 9 PATs on different days. Previously, grade 6 English Language Arts Part A and grade 9 would be on the same day. They are no longer. And as one example, grade 9 Math Part B Provincial Achievement Test is June 8th. So there's a lot of instructional time when they've completed an exam, which is viewed by grade 9s as a final. So we have, as a group of multi-jurisdictional people, sent in our concerns to the exam administration and the ministry. And at this time, they are not willing to look at the dates for this year, but will be considering the feedback for 2027. So that's the kind of work we do. It's non-political, it's about student learning, and it's a really incredible advocacy group and also informational collaboration group.
Thank you. Anyone else? We'll go back then to technology and Director Lee. I see he's online now. Oh, Trustee Acorn has a question for you, Director Lee.
You bet, go ahead.
I was just wondering how the launch went for the My Power Hub.
It went fairly well, I'll be honest. I mean, with all launches of new platforms, there's always a few hiccups here and there, and I'd be lying if I said we didn't have any. So we did have a few some parents' issues with authentication and with getting the app upgraded. Like, it's supposed to update automatically after you launch it. So we've been working with the school secretaries to support the parents the best we can. In looking at our logs and how many people have accessed in that, there's many more parents that have successfully accessed it than had issues. So we continue to support issues going forward. The mobile app in particular, it's relatively new, the upgrade that they've done. So Power School upgrades the app on a monthly basis, and it releases hot fixes as needed, like weekly if needed. And they are currently working on a hot fix to resolve the authentication issues that parents have had.
Mine went very smoothly.
Great. It's good to hear. We've had great feedback. It's a much improved interface. There will be a few wrinkles that we need to work out, but I think it's a huge improvement.
If I might support, if you don't mind, Director Lee, is that when he says there are wrinkles we need to work out, that work is done directly by Power School. And Director Lee has good communication with them, and that's where the repairs and things can be done. But they are in fact not done by Grand Yellowhead, but done by Power School themselves.
Yeah, it's within the app. The app is being upgraded to resolve issues. Correct.
With regards to that, Director Lee, so if parents are reaching out to us because they're having issues with a blank screen, do we just direct them then to go to Power School?
No, we've instructed the secretaries we've actually on our website, we've instructed the secretaries that we've updated the troubleshooting steps on our website underneath, let me look here, for parents and families, there's a dedicated My Power Hub section. It has video tutorials there and troubleshooting steps if you're having that issue.
Excellent, thank you so much.
Trustee Bowman. Just a question, because I don't know, I've never actually known this. How early does registration open? Because I see on your talking about registration for 26, 27. How early does it normally open?
Normally,
Go ahead.
Normally it would be at the beginning of February for the new student registrations and a month later for the returning. We're bumped. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And then now it's
Yeah, I just didn't.
Bumped.
March.
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
I mean, and this has been the last number of years, we've moved forward and upgraded our registration both for busing and for returning student verifications and new students much earlier than it was, let's say, 8 and 10 years ago, for sure.
Yeah, we've got a little extra work to do this year in regards to ATIA and POPA. So
Privacy impact, right? The freedom of information privacy. And also
exactly.
Yep. And then also when we do this, in order to do the registration, there are forms that are built into the registration that are filled out. All of those forms need to be upgraded, make sure that their work there with exactly what we have going on. And then we make connections back both to admin procedures and potentially policies if needed that are also need to be updated so that we're making sure that they are all correct. So that is the work that is being started now by operations.
I just didn't know what the timeline was.
Yeah, absolutely.
Anyone else for Director Lee? Thank you so much, Director Lee.
Welcome.
We'll move on to Human Resources, Assistant Superintendent Dr. Rollins and Ms. Manager of Human Resources.
Director.
Thank you. Any questions? Sorry. I was waiting for you to present. Trustee Caputo.
I noticed that you're going to go staffing and recruitment fairs. Do you also go to the University of Lethbridge?
We have looked into it. The dates often don't align particularly well. They're all over spring break. And so in the past we haven't. We also have spent a lot of time looking at some data and some trends on if we're getting any students from those universities, and that's not been one that we've been very successful with. So we've opted to kind of choose some career fairs this year that are just closer to home.
Okay, thank you.
I think our data showed us that we had 0 applicants from University of Lethbridge over a number of recruiting sessions, so it's not kind of a viable place for us to generate interest. Often people are like, where is that? You
And
know?
they're quite costly as well,
yes,
so,
yeah.
yeah.
Thank you.
If I may jump on here, what about Red Deer College or Polytech, sorry?
Yeah, I did reach out to Red Deer. They actually haven't determined a date yet, so we're just waiting to hear from them. But yeah, that's definitely one that we're looking to attend this year too.
It's
So
a program
intense
now.
students go
Yeah.
that way.
Yes,
Yes.
yes, yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions? Oh, trustee Bird.
Can you just tell me what you do in the bi-weekly principal drop-in sessions?
Absolutely. So the entire HR team makes themselves available. So Director Campbell, myself, all of our HR specialists, and it's an open time that principals, it's a Google Meet, so we're all on camera, all there. Principals can drop in and ask any question they may have. It could be a question about, hey, how do I use the seniority list? Or, hey, I'm wondering about a staff member wants to apply for X leave. Are we allowed to do that? And because all of us are in that session, we're able to break into breakout rooms and then have a quick private conversation with that principal, unless it's a matter that would pertain to everyone. And then we give an answer to everyone who happens to be there. It's not mandatory. We are there for the entire hour. Our computers are open and people can drop in and out as they please. Sometimes we've had 7 or 8 people come. Sometimes we've had 2 people come. It's just a nice opportunity for principals. If during the last couple of days, they've had something come up, rather than sending a ticket into HR, they can quickly drop in and get an answer. Or if they need something very urgently, they all know that they can phone us anyway. So it's just another layer of support for our schools. Yeah. Yes.
Any other questions? If I may just jump back, I have a note here and I missed it. Back to Assistant Superintendent Ashmeyer, Edwin Parr nomination preparation. How many new teachers do we have in the division?
We have 6.
6. So there's 6.
We have new
potential.
teachers in the division, but
These are
ones that
brand new.
would be eligible for Edwin Parr, we have 6. And yes, at the next board meeting, you will be a part of one of your reports will be the Edwin Parr process, because we have a new board. So all of that process will be provided, so you'll know what we do.
So there's 6 potential.
6
candidates.
potential.
Okay. Thank you very much. I just missed that note. My apologies. So now we'll do inclusive services with Director Corson. Any questions?
Well, the big one is how's it going with getting a visual psychologist?
Actually, we have very successful. We've had lots of applicants. So last Thursday, we hosted interviews and we interviewed 5 candidates, some internal and external. And then myself, Assistant Superintendent Rollins and Superintendent Scobie met this morning actually at 8 a.m. to discuss kind of our goals for it, and we all agree with one of the candidates. So actually, after the board meeting, I will make the offer to the candidates. So yeah.
That's fast.
It is fast. We had to, but we've had so many conversations around it because it's such a huge, important role that we want to make sure we're making the right decisions.
Just, I'm assuming that LST coffee chat is where they get to just talk to you about whatever's bothering them or questions they have or whatever. Is that true? Is that what it is?
That's
Yeah.
exactly
Okay.
what it is. It's just a virtual drop-in and most of them attend, and I like to have it monthly. This year with the labor action and stuff, it hasn't been every month, but yeah, it's just a time for them to pop in. There could be questions around ISPs or things like that, and we have a few new LSTs, so chances are they all have the same questions, so they all kind of attend, and it's just very casual. We have also an in-person LST meeting coming up in February. So yeah, and so we'll get a chance to meet in person and do some PD and some wonderful things too, but it's just so that they can connect with me and other LSTs, because there's a lot of expertise in that virtual.
I wish I had that when I was in that role. That's awesome.
Lovely, thank you.
Trustee Bird. Thanks for everything. Is everybody going to be attending the non-violent crisis intervention on January 30th?
We've offered it to a few of our zones. I'm hosting it in Jasper, but there's some EAs and stuff traveling in from other zones, so, yeah. Any other questions? I just have one, just for clarification, every school has an LST, correct? That is correct, and it's a point whatever for that school, like that is their job, just like an administration gets pointed.
Yeah, so they get dedicated time.
Thank you, that's the word.
Yeah, dedicated time to work on, like maybe help teachers build ISPs or program for their special needs students. Yeah.
Thank you. I just wanted clarification. Anything else? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll move on to transportation services, Director Van Neck and Secretary Treasurer Taylor.
Thank you. I will pass this off to our Director of Transportation.
Any questions? Trustee Caputo.
I see.
Oh, sorry, Jackie.
Okay, I see here that you're preparing a business case for the partnership for Evergreen Catholic and Grand Yellowhead, correct?
Yes, we're doing some work to see if that's something that would be feasible.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Mines?
Well, that was my question. I just wondered if we were moving along that route and what it entails. I assume a report will come to the board.
Thank you. I'll speak to that. The division approached us about potential service provision in Hinton. They're experiencing some challenges and it creates an opportunity for us. We see it preliminarily as we're the partner of choice. And so that's where we need to now do a business case. How much does this cost? How much would we charge? What would the routes look like? Things like that. And so we'll be working on that over the next month and soon we'll bring something forward.
Any other questions? I just have one in regards to that. So when we transport for another school division, we can then collect, right, from the government, their transportation dollars.
Generally, yes.
Right. Okay. So in like because we transport students for Living Waters, for Yellowhead Christian School and Evergreen, well, possibly, but right now they have a contractor, is that correct?
Yeah, and you may want to speak to this.
We do transport a few Evergreen students right now. We transport their special needs students and we transport some that live outside of Hinton. And the students that we transport, we claim on the grant. Same with Living Waters and YCS.
Right. So we do get funding. Okay, thank you very much. I know it's not much.
It's reasonable.
It's reasonable, yes. Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your report. Communication Special Projects, Director Youngs. Any questions? Trustee Caputo.
I noticed that you already are starting with your spring wildfire preparation planning already, correct?
Yes, so as you all know, spring wildfires the season starts March 1st. And so actually Director Orge and myself are starting to work on another community partnership with all the first responders and all the different communities. Last year, we hosted a meeting with about 20 people from the different communities, including fire chiefs, first responders, other neighboring school divisions. We had CN Rail and Via Rail, county, town of Edson. And we all came together to talk about what are some of our plans and processes in place. Of course, Grand Yellowhead, because we have a fleet. We also provide services for evacuation when it's needed. We did that in Edson a couple years ago. Last year, we had someone from the provincial wildfire came and did a presentation to all of us. And right now I'm just working on getting a speaker for this one. We're hoping to have a community meeting the end of February. And of course, we have, we'll be working with Director Van Neck about getting our fleet plan ready for evacuation with drivers. We usually have a list of drivers in all the communities that are ready to go in case of evacuation. So we have a lot of planning, and of course, then we'll have the page up on our website that we have had in the past with updated information. So it's a lot of behind the scenes work.
Trustee Bird? Sounds funny, Trustee Bird. You tell us what you did for the Fulham School research so far.
Well, right now I'm just working on some information that the Superintendent Scobie and the board has asked in regards to, I believe he had it in his report about the survey.
Thank you.
Questions? When you said about the spring wildfire, you mentioned Yellowhead County, Edson and Hinton.
Edson, Hinton, we also have the fire chief from the ND, Greenview, we have Jasper, like,
Okay,
so we have
so it's
all of
everybody
them.
right
Yeah,
across.
and we invite them all, and because we also talk with the neighboring school divisions, like for example, Northern Gateway. The last couple of years, the superintendent there has come to our meetings because we've had kind of a informal reciprocal agreement that, for example, if we need to get evacuated, we need a reunification center north. He is willing to give us one of his schools, for example, as a reunification. And of course, we do the reciprocal as well. So that's why we also invite them so that we get all these things in place.
And what about the other ones on the east end?
Same.
The same kind
Yeah,
of thing?
we invite
So
them in.
Wild Rose and?
We invite them into the meeting, and then it's a matter of whether or not that what we want to do is we actually want to put into place more formal agreements for that. Because the other thing is things that we have to formalize a little bit more again this year is that we also have, as we were talking about earlier, is we have cooperative busing agreements with other school divisions. And our evacuation protocols may be different than theirs. So we always have to clarify every year, the expectation is, are they gonna get their own emergency transportation in the event of an evacuation, or if they're gonna use ours, then their kids would come to our reunification centers, right? So there's lots of preparation because we all wanna make sure that the health and safety of our staff and students are foremost. And unfortunately, in the last 3 years now, we've had to deal with wildfires from Jasper, Edson. We had Piers last year where we actually, we were assisting Yellowhead County with the evacuation of Piers. So Director Orge and I were out there for most of the day last year as well. So I haven't heard any indication that this wildfire season will be any minimal fire activity than they have in the past. They're still forecasting that there's, danger around our area, especially that's why they're doing a lot of fire smarting. So we just want to be prepared.
Wow, thank you. Any other questions, comments?
I just have just if we're done that part, I was gonna pass on one more piece of information from the reports,
Okay,
if all questions are done.
I think all of them, I do have one. I just, and I don't know if this is the right, but one of the things we heard about from our schools is that they didn't see central office in attendance at their schools. I'm just wondering, I notice it is in school visits as needed, but is our administration in our schools?
We are in the schools far more than we have been in the last number of years, for sure. During teachers convention, Trudy and Kara and I are all remaining here. We're gonna also put together a plan so that our time in schools is more than even just a visit or a stop in. That we're gonna coordinate our idea is to coordinate what we want to do to support principals. So come in, meet with principals, walk the schools, see what's there. As we talked about today, when you know the people's names when they come on screen because you've been in the building enough times, it is really quite a fantastic thing to have happen. So our goal, it'll take time, is to get back to that understanding of all the people that are in the schools, see what it's like, understand where our schools are at. So when anybody has any questions, we can say, We are there. We know our staff. We know what goes on in that school. We are supportive of the principal. We know the work the principal does to support the teachers. We know what's going on. We have a good idea now, and our goal is to make that even stronger than it was before.
Thank you so much. I do have to say that I did hear that you are appreciated because from a bus driver standpoint, they've seen you. They know who you are and they appreciate that.
Good. I'm glad to hear it.
I just think you should know that.
Thank you.
Okay, and now you can.
So one of the things that we're doing in this in the next week, Director Lee has we have a company coming in to do the upgrade of the board communications. So we will be changing to having screens instead of view boards in the office, microphones at each of the areas for the trustees, microphones for administration as well, multiple cameras, controls of those cameras. The goal being that we would all be heard, even in a normal speaking voice, without having to go over top of just the noise, but also over top of the heating unit, which is quite loud in here. And so that we're here. So whether you were in person or you were online, you will have a better experience all around. So that work begins next week for sure. And it'll be a significant upgrade and a significant experience upgrade for all of us. So it'll be nicer in the fact that we'll be able to easily hear, and the units that'll be in front of you will have a microphone built in, but we'll also have a speaker built into it as well. So you hear in front of you. So much like when we did video conferencing yesterday, and it was nice that the microphone and the speaker were in the middle of the table, it is that same kind of experience, even in a larger area than just being around one table. So the experience should be much better for us here and also for those online.
So is it going to be like, for example, our county, if you've ever watched news and how it zooms in on somebody who's speaking? Is that how this?
Right, so Director Lee has bought extremely powerful cameras and they zoom in at about 25 times. So on the whole screen, we can get it so it's just your face, like just this little bit right here, and it will be the size of the room. So really quite excellent, the work that Director Lee has done on behalf of the board at your request.
Well, I thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Director Lee. I look forward to not being able to speak as I look at myself across the room. But thank you all for your reports. It's much appreciated, keeping us up to date on what is happening throughout our division. We'll move on to Administrative Report 11.2, Financial Update First Quarter 2025-2026. And the recommendation is that the Board of Trustees receive the financial update for the first quarter for the period of September 1st to November 30th, 2025 as information, and over to you, Superintendent Scobie.
Thank you very much, Chair. So I'll pass this along to our Secretary Treasurer to be able to do that and to move forward with our report. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent. Trustees, it's my pleasure to present the first quarter financial update for 2025-2026. We, as per the report, we find ourselves at the end of November with a $2.5 million surplus. And so with the report with the statement of operations, I'll bring your attention to that document. We'll look at the year to date as of November 30th. I'll bring you to that column. The reason being, really beginning and end of the day, we want to see how we fare with revenues compared to our expenses. I spoke with the Finance Committee yesterday. We still have the spring budget here until we have the fall budget update finalized. So that's why the spring budget is still what we're measuring against in terms of forecasting. However, from my perspective, it's important to see where we're sitting in terms of revenues against our expenses. When it comes to the budget, as I mentioned earlier in our meeting today, we are getting close to finalizing the fall budget updates. The reason for that is because of in large part, the labor action. We've had to adjust the salaries for teachers. in the budgeting system, we've also had to accommodate and account for the 16 days of work stoppage. And so we've had to factor that into the budget, as well as factor in the retroactive payments. Now, the retroactive pay came in December, so that will be reflected in next quarter's financial update. As well, in this statement, we have a surplus that's largely due to the teachers, to us receiving revenue for teachers' pay in October, but they not actually having worked it, right? So we didn't actually have to pay that out. There's also going to be a correction or a clawback. We expect that in March. So there's still some fluidity to the budget, to the revenues. But for now, at the end of November, this is where we sat. About 16 million in revenues coming in. The large portion of that obviously is through Alberta Education, and against expenses of 13,400,000. And at the end of the quarter, like I said, it leaves us at a $2.5 million surplus. And when we talk about what does this surplus mean, if we were to end the year on that day, that's what we're looking at. But we know this is a snapshot at a point in time, and there's really not much to report here, thankfully, other than it's early in the year and it's trending positively. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Trustees, do we have any questions for Secretary Treasurer? Trustee Mines?
Hi, I'm just curious. I know that our QP staff, everybody worked. I'm assuming our custodials still did regular duties and that contract wasn't affected, but I'm curious.
Thank you, Trustee Mines. Yes, QP staff all worked, and as part of the regular payment schedule, that's all included.
Any other
questions? Just terminology to contribute to my journey in the world of finance in general and school finance in particular. Supported tangible assets versus unsupported tangible assets.
Right.
I hope it's not long. I can see you after if you want.
Right. Thank you. And that might be a better idea. In the funding manual, there are different assets that we can amortize a certain way, that are funded a certain way through the Alberta funding program. And there are unsupported tangible capital assets, things that we purchase that are allowable. We don't do anything that's not allowed, but that we have to amortize differently. And it could take longer than you may want at this moment. Sure, but I'd be happy to provide information.
So similarly then, and just the last thing that occurred to me, I have a couple other questions, but I think I might wait till the finance committee meetings to ask them. Just the ARO, is that asset retirement obligation?
Correct. Okay. And which this one isn't as bad to explain. However, it's the requirements, the liability we would have if we were to decommission all our buildings, all our facilities, what that would look like. And so we have to, per government requirements and accounting standards, we need to report that as a liability. It's unlikely that we would decommission everything. It's still a requirement under public accounting standards. Now, that said, when we do change some of the schools and the amalgamation, we'll be looking at some of that decommissioning. So that would go down over the next year. So just something there.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I do. We're told that we should always ask questions when there's anomalies. And one is line 20, which is at a 300%. Can you just explain what it says? Other interest and finance charges.
Right. So thank you. I would have to get back to you. The projection was that this would be $1,000. The expense is $3,000. I'd have to get back to you. I'm happy to do that.
And the other one is line 22, which says other expense, and it's at a -%, which I mean, it's always good. That means money in our pocket, but.
Thank you. This could be, and again, I'll have to look. It could be anything from outdated checks, stale dated checks that we've recovered. payments that maybe didn't go through and bounced back, or from, say, a payment and an account was changed. So those details I'll provide for you.
Okay,
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And we'll have that ready for the next board meeting so that it's publicly available.
Thank you. Is there anything else? Nothing. Thank you very much for your report. We're coming to the end. We will now do trustee committee reports, and we'll start with the policy committee.
Thank you. I spoke a lot today about policies that we brought forward. And just so that you know, we also yesterday looked at policy 13, which we're looking at bringing forward to the February meeting. And at our next meeting in February, we like to review policy 2 and policy 12. And policy 2 is the role of the board, and policy 12 is the role of the superintendent. We are a new board, and come June, we do an evaluation of the board and evaluation of the superintendent. And it's good so that we all know what's in those policies. So if you have got time on your hands, or if you want to do some reading, just take a look. I read at those policies in case there's something that you're not sure of to bring forward, but that's what we plan to do.
Superintendent Scobie, do you have something to add for policy committee?
Yes.
That you would like us to look at?
Yeah, I'm just different. Yeah, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that we have some, we need to update policy 17 in order to ensure, as we talked about earlier on about registration, that all the forms and things are correct and aligned there as well. So I think policy 17 will have some updates that will have to be gone through this month as well.
Okay.
Thank you for the reminder.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, recognition of employees committee. Board planning seminar committee. I think what we can add is that this board is working on the moral imperative. And we're doing a very deep dive into that, and we will be looking at policy 1.
Well, and I guess too, we need to say that we're also doing all of our training on our modules. PB, or Public Board Association, we're doing their online Zoom meetings on a very regular basis in the evenings. So we are doing our due diligence to learn our new topics.
Negotiations, QB ATA bus driver committee, trustee Mines.
We had another good meeting on Monday. We have another date scheduled to meet on January 29th. And other than that, I have nothing else to report at this time.
Thank you very much. Finance committee, that's you again.
Yep. We met yesterday. Nothing needs bringing forward to the board at this time.
Very much. Health and Wellness committee.
Oh, yes, we have a meeting.
Ad hoc committee, Wellwood Transportation, we have a meeting next week on Tuesday. So we will be bringing more forward in February. Board representatives, PSBC, trustee Mines.
I believe 3 or 4 members will be attending PSBC in Edmonton on February 5th and 6th. 2 members will be just attending the PD, and so far 1 member attending the actual business meeting.
ASBA Zone 2-3.
That meeting is this Friday, and I will be the only board member attending, as the rest of the board members are looking at principal SIP reviews.
Future business, next meeting dates open to the public. February 4th is our public board meeting at 10 a.m. Closed to the public, February 4th, 2026 committee of the whole meeting at 9 a.m. Are there any notice of motion? Okay, is there any future? Oh, Jackie, sorry.
I just need to ask a clarifying question. I sent a text just to confirm where this should go. I don't know if we need a notice of motion to ask admin to send a letter inviting the MD of Greenview and councillors and their CEO to have a meeting. We talked about it. I can say something towards that. Does it have to be a notice of motion? I thought it should come up in the public board meeting somewhere.
No, I think what you're asking is a request to admin, to reach out to the MD of Greenview, so I think this is fine here.
Okay, so I'd like them to reach out to the MD, Greenview councillors and their CEO to have a meeting at a mutually convenient time in Grand Cache. We need to discuss a long-term solution for drop-offs at Sheldon Coates to improve the safety for our students. And hopefully we can collaboratively brainstorm some solutions.
We also had asked that administration invite the Yellowhead County to meet with us.
And both of those written down.
Excellent, thank you so much. Future agenda items, are there any future agenda items? Trustee Caputo?
Thank you. In the past, we used to get a report entitled the Annual Insurance and Litigation Report. And I am just questioning to see if we could be getting one of those reports for last year. And also the Alberta electoral boundaries are changing. Do we need to look about, because I noticed that I did bring it to the trustees' attention that Jasper would become part of Banff, Jasper and Canmore. Is there questions that we need to be getting a hold of them and saying if it's okay with us or not? And I don't know, this is something that I've seen other school boards have been putting forward, that some of them, there is school divisions that it's not working for us. So I think we need to be also checking about us too.
And if I may, would this be also supporting what the MD is bringing forward? Because I think the Yellowhead County in the newspaper had a write-up regarding this same thing. So if we could just look into that would be great.
Okay.
So I'm going to just ask you, Superintendent, in regards to our outcome-based reporting.
Yep.
Do we feel that it would be necessary to do a survey maybe to parents in grade 7 to 9, not indicating that we are not changing what we're doing, but just asking them for feedback on how it's going for them?
So I've discussed with principals to see what kind of feedback they're receiving. Overall, the feedback one way or the other is quite low. Many of our students are used to the K-6 report card that went through first. The outcome-based report card moved into junior high. It follows a very similar format, very similar scale. What happens is that each of the schools, time is taken professionally to develop an understanding of a new report card structure. You work together in your professional learning community time. You work professionally in your PD time, professional development time, and schools work their way through what the reporting looks like, how assignments and the outcomes are reported, how they're reported multiple times, and each school, as they begin to enter this process, takes a bit of time to get it underway, to make sure they can relay back to parents, and then to come up with their very first report card. And in the 7 to 9 world, there will be updates already going along, and then there will be an update for some schools by the end of the first semester. The vast majority of the questions that I've asked of principals are that there are very few questions that are being asked, that the information nights for parents that we put out, or the conversations with teachers, or the conversations with principals, or the principal newsletters have all accounted for giving lots of information as to the reasons why we do it, how we do this, and what happens. And we find that when there are lots of communications with the school and positive communications with the teacher, that those things really help people to understand. I know there's worries. I've heard some that, oh, I'm going to leave grade 9 with a letter grade, and I possibly can't enter into grade 10 with where we have percentages. And it's not true. When I was the principal of Harry College, we did exactly that. And so it comes down to the teachers and the schools and the work answering those questions locally. That's where the question should come to. If there is a question that is about a report card, the board supports the idea, supports the work that we are doing within the schools, but this is operational ideas. This is the pedagogy of teachers, the pedagogy of Alberta education. Assistant Superintendent Aschemeyer, maybe lamented is too strong, but had said we were in some cases 14 years behind outcome-based reporting in other divisions, I believe was your statement. And so, right, and so we are doing what is being done by the vast majority of school divisions. Many that take on outcome-based reporting as a younger student, grade 5, grade 6, they come into the junior high model and they're like, oh, okay, well, this is the same. What's important? Good, strong communication back and forth with your school. Good, strong communication with your teachers. Understanding where things are. And that happens. So we're finding overall that the feedback is that people are understanding what we're doing. Technology, because that and learning services, those two areas have done significant work over a long period of time in order to get the understanding out there. In fact, there was a request that just happened in early December. In early December, end of November, request, could we have a parent information night? Parent information night was put together in less than 2 weeks. Yeah. It was attended by head technology, learning services, myself. We had all of us there to represent. We answered every question beyond the hour time frame. Complicated questions sometimes, straightforward sometimes, but we answered all those questions. And so within a very short period of time, we answered that. And that was a very, very small group. We have, we would have well more than 3,500 students in the K-9 world. And we had less than 10 parents that accessed this information night. And then now we have it online and recorded so others can go back and to see it. So when asked, we've put forth this. When being asked questions, we've answered them. So when I think about the survey and the need for it, my belief is that we are working in the right way. I spoke about this not only this last time when I was online, I spoke about this back, I think it was in May when I was transitioning from principal to superintendent. I believe that we are meeting the needs of our parents, those that need to know more. They can come to the school, they can come and they can ask questions, they can see what they're doing. All students will be transitioned appropriately into grade 10. Every parent can advocate for their child. Even if their child doesn't tell them everything that happened at school that day, there are still processes and things in place to ensure that students get into the right classes as they move from junior high to high school. Teachers want the kids to be getting the credits. They want them to move on. They want to prepare them to be lifelong learners. They want to prepare them to be adults that are productive in our society. And our goal is to make sure that we do that with all kids. Much like we talked about today, we spoke today about the trustee code of conduct, and that there were 43 current statements that were written in the negative, and we've redone it so that it is a positive, very, very uplifting document that talks about what we will do. That's how we deal with students in schools. So I believe that the need to survey after talking to principals, after talking with technology learning services, and looking at the vast majority of our schools and what we've accomplished thus far in the 8 years that we've been doing this, I believe from outcome-based reporting now into junior high, I believe we've met the needs of people. And then when we have specific needs, we try and meet the needs of those people as well to the best of our ability, knowing that this is the road that we are going down. We are not stopping or changing this. We will help to educate. We will help to bring people forward. We will help them to see that this is a very meaningful way to report on all of the outcomes that are being taught. And we do so because we're proud of the work we've done and we believe that we are on the right path. So I understand the questions may come to trustees. but really we are on a path. We believe that it is the right way to go. We believe that we meet as many of the needs of those as we can. We're willing to have the conversations, and we have had many, many conversations. And I don't believe that I see the value in surveying about a topic that we have really set our direction on, and that principals are reporting back to us that we really are not seeing an overwhelming negative impact.
Thank you, Trustee Bird. Yeah, thanks for all that, Kurt. I think we all, as public educators, see the qualitative value of the outcome-based edifice, right? But this is a question for Kara, Assistant Superintendent Aschenmeyer. So we have the qualitative, we get it, but how does it correlate with the quantitative scores when we do the SIP, right? Say over the last five years. What would you say?
Right, my same question. I'm unsure when you're asking about the quantitative, are you saying how, just maybe re-ask that again, because we have measures. Are you comparing our report card results or comments in a letter scale that are comparing back to the top two boxes of satisfaction surveys for grades 4, 7s, and 10s?
Yeah.
I'm unsure if I can make that comparison. I know that we've spoken many ways about this. I'll answer then.
Yeah, sure, please.
And then please feel free to add to it.
And the reason that I'm asking this is like parents do ask me that, like some of them watch that, and that was a wonderful presentation. But one of the nurses at the hospital, high-end OR nurse, was asking like for like a number grade. Right?
Sure. I think what we come back to is this. This is one of my beliefs after doing this as a teacher who had number grades, and as a principal and a teacher who dealt with letter grades, both in the K-6 world and then in the 7 to 9 world. I know that if whatever mark I put down is a mark that is there, it does not give that overall picture of where my students are at. And I know that when I use outcomes and I make those measures over and over, some outcomes are bigger, they need to be done multiple times, that I have that ability to do so, and I can report on each of those things. And I know for myself as a teacher that I was stronger in my understanding of where my students were at when I taught and looked at the outcomes as they are laid out now. We also find that those surveys that we do for parents for grades 4, 7, and 10, they ask a variety of questions, but they really talk a lot about, there are some things on subjects, right? I believe that language, arts, social, math are applicable to me, that they're doing the right things. I see them as two kind of different things that we are doing. One is asking just a different level of question than the specific outcomes that are being taught at each grade level.
Thank you for that, because like sometimes it's hard to people to get their head around it. Like
for sure, I agree.
And I will speak to that same as, and I'm going to use your language, quantitative, which means number, and qualitative, which refers to anecdotal and using words to define the success of learning. But I'm going to also say that numbers are a fallacy. They are not accurate. So when you put them together as a mean and you throw a 0 in there because a kid didn't complete an assignment, then you get a different number, but you still don't know where they didn't understand. And I think that's hard because we were all raised, and many of our parents, in a percentage world, when in fact the outcome world is way more specific. And I'll be honest, it's more work on the part of a parent because they have to read what specific areas of knowledge, skill, and understanding their child is doing well in or not doing well in. It was easier as a very, very general snapshot overview without any specificity other than a number to say, oh, you know, trustee, you've done very well on this. You got 85%. I'm going to reward you with $50. But I don't know what 15% you didn't know. And I think in that way, it's different worlds. And I also want to share that when we began this, K-6 has always been really outcome focused. And it was a little easier learning, but there were some bumps in going in this direction. But I also want to share that many post-secondaries, when you're in post-secondary at the U of A, you're getting an A, a B, a C, or a D. What then? Same thing. It's the outcomes. Whether it's a letter or a number, it's what is being shared to show parents student understanding or gaps in learning, because parents, we love parents to work with students at home as well. And when we co-educate with parents, our teachers do. And when there's a number, they don't know how they can support at home. This is very clear how a parent can also support and be partners in their students' learning.
I totally get that, and of course I taught like that too, but for people to really understand the journey more is what I, where I see a focus that be nurtured.
May I ask you to define, for my understanding, journey?
Well, I think it's a journey to understand outcomes. Let's say a kid, for example, let's use math. Let's say a kid is doing fractions and they're not getting it. And then you bring the NIPS and then they start to get it. That's part of their journey to the next step, so that they know the smaller number is the larger piece, right?
Okay, I understand.
Yeah.
So journey is that there is going to be learning on the part of our parents as we go.
Yeah.
And this process, you can't just ignore it. You have to go through it and learn it. And our schools are there to support our parents in that journey. That is the role of our individual teachers, to explain how they're assessing and what it means for parents.
I know trustee Owen has a question. Yeah.
And this is I'm just jumping on this because I just suddenly thought of it. I was on the committee that put together the report card. So I have some firsthand knowledge. And
For sure.
But what I was wondering is, and I'm sure you are doing this because I mean it has to happen, but the curriculum was brand new. So then we were putting these outcomes into this new curriculum and trying to pick and choose what was going to happen. So my question is, in the process of this new report card over the last couple of years, are the teachers getting input, giving you, and I figure they probably are, giving you input on which outcomes are working, which aren't, and then is it like kind of one of those documents that's constantly flowing, like that you're adding and subtracting and kind of creating it so that it's more meaningful, I guess, is what I'm wondering.
I'm so happy to share that.
Okay.
That yes,
Okay,
we have right now. Yeah.
If I just may,
Yeah.
I think this is a really good topic for a report to be brought forward,
Sure.
Sure.
right? Because we could just go on about this all day.
Sure.
All day. I apologize.
At your
No,
discretion.
but I apologize, but I think that would be a great report where we could actually read it, have questions brought forward, because we could sit here and go around the table and every one of us have more questions. And I don't mean to.
No, I'm sorry, I just suddenly thought of it when I
I
was
just,
listening to this.
we're just going off on a bit of a tangent, I feel, in that it would be really good as a report.
Right.
I just want to say that as our governance, right, so here's the rationale, is while implementing, so I have this written down, while implementing of an outcome-based reporting is an operational responsibility of administration, the board has a governance obligation to ensure public assurance, community confidence, and an alignment with provincial expectations under Alberta's assurance framework. So that is our governance of it. The way we answer this is going to be an evidence supporting. Right, so, and that is gonna be through our survey, our assurance survey, part of it. It's gonna be through our PATs and diplomas. So we're going to have evidence coming forward, right? My question just was, should we? And your answer was that we are getting the information from our principals that they're not hearing
That's correct.
right? And that if they are hearing, they are responding, that their teachers are responding, or the admins.
That's correct.
Correct. So therefore, we don't need a survey to parents. We will be doing our governance through, like I said, those different aspects. And I think a report would just be a really nice thing, just for information that we can then go around and ask these wonderful questions.
Lovely.
So, and I apologize
No,
for
no.
cutting anybody off, but I just think it would make a great
And
report.
I think adding to that, I think it's also important for the public to have all that information. If they choose to use it, they have it, but then we have shown due diligence, right? Like, so all of that information needs to be there for them to know what the process is, because there's been years of it, right? So I think that, and what you're doing is amazing. Absolutely.
You didn't just wake up yesterday and decide to
No,
do this.
no,
There's
no.
been a
Yeah.
long process. And
Yeah, and if I may, and being a new board, absolutely, we are at your request to provide a report. There have been at least 3 reports over the last few years where that process has been shared. But I think being new board, ensuring that our parents are aware of this process, especially those who opted not to attend any of our information sessions, we're at your discretion.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much. So now we're going to move into closed session for labor. Can I have somebody make the motion? Roman?
Would you like to remain?
Thank
I will go into committee of the whole for this.
you.
Yeah.
Secretary Treasurer Taylor.
Yeah.
And
No, thank
which motions bring us out of closed session? Trustee Acorn, oh, sorry. Okay, action in response to closed session. All in favor of coming out of closed session? Carrie? You have to use it.
I've noticed that's not occurring.
So action in response to closed session,
Yes.
could you set up a meeting between, this board and the staff of Fulham?
I can. Is there a time frame you'd like to look at to do before?
In the next 2 weeks. And it'll be during the day.
Okay. Can for sure, yeah.
Then I have a motion to adjourn. Trustee Robinson, I want to give his name. And we'll adjourn at 4:12. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Great work.